Yo, what is up, gamers? Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for tuning in on this most lovely Thursday evening. Coming to you live from beautiful Akron, Ohio. We are ready for some Gym Leader Challenge tonight. I've got a little bit of a wider shot tonight. You know, the studio's nice, so I figured I might as well kind of like show off some of it. It looks cool. It's a vibe, you know. You got like the monitors, the wall, like the cables everywhere. I don't know. So I'm trying it out. A little bit of a wider shot. And we are getting right into things, folks, with a very exciting round number 1. We've got Hunter Horak versus Chase Juicy. I know Chase has been working on his egg mill deck, has been playing the grass deck that SBO finished in the finished in the top 4 of our latest Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 tournaments. So Chase has been working on that. I don't know if he's abandoned it. Maybe he has. He hasn't been able to seal the deal with it yet, though he's been playing it for the last few weeks at League. So let's hop down to the table, see what's going on. Looks like we got some good turnout tonight. There's Hunter. We lost Chase temporarily. Very cool. And here we go. I'm excited. I got thank you, Mr. Pokémon cards with the Prime sub. I am very excited. I think I have successfully put notifications back on the stream overlay. So, am I too quiet? I can fix that. I think I have successfully put notifications back on the stream overlay. I'm not sure. Maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. Let's see. Send a test alert. Oh, yeah. See, well, no, it's not supposed to be those. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Check that out. The Dancing Pikachu is back. For all of you subs on Twitch, you can now get thanked by a Dancing Pikachu. So stoked about that. Should add a little liveliness to the overlay, you know. Looks like Chase is on Dragon tonight. Hunter on Water. So we've got Dragon versus Water. I know Dragon won a couple weeks ago. I know we had Dylan win with Dragon with his Dragon list. And now Dylan has 3 badges as well. We've got a pretty sizable chase pack of players with 3 badges, but none can compete with Alex Carpenter's 6. It is a substantial number of badges. It is twice as many as the next most player. And here we go. Round number 1 getting underway here at GLC League Nights. We've got Hunter on the left with a water deck. Opens with Hisuian Basculin. And oh no, look out, chat. Could be a quick one if... Ooh, looks like Chase does not have the win in hand. Could have finished it right here, but I think does not have a way to get double Dragon Energy out of the deck. Obviously, would be an extremely scary prospect for Hunter if Chase were to slam down a Guzma and Hala there turn 1, as the Dragon deck can play Guzma and Hala. You can go get the Rayquaza for a very easy turn 1 attack with a Breakthrough Assault, right? You've got Guzma and Hala can get Stormy Mountains, which we see Chase does have in play. And Stormy Mountains goes and gets a basic dragon Pokemon from the deck, puts it onto the bench. It looks like Chase is going for Dratini. Going to start setting up Dragonites. And this is a very cool Dragonite that is being played in these Dragon decks. It is the Jet Cruise Dragonites, which gives all of your Pokemon free retreats. Also can do 180 damage, which is quite good. And you have to discard the top 2 cards of your deck. Chase retreats into Tatsugiri. Oh no! And that's it. No! Crispin to Tatsugiri does 50 damage. Basculin only has 50 hit points. Surf for game. And that is it. Wow. Just a quick dub for Chase. And just like that, only 1 turn played for Hunter. Surf, 50 damage. Just enough to take out Hunter's Hisuian Basculin that he opened. And how sad is that? That is a sad one for sure. Would like to see a fun game here. And it looks like maybe they are going to oblige. That would be great. Let's get a fun game in. Oh yeah, fun game. Yeah. Wonderful. All right, folks, we've got a fun game coming up. For fun, because that's why we're here, folks. For fun. So Chase got the win. Tatsugiri, Surf. I can't believe, I assumed, I was like, oh, if you're retreating to Tatsugiri, you can't take the win. But Crispin, actually the only supporter in the deck that would have gotten Chase the win there. Finds it off of Attract Customers. Now, the neat thing about playing Jet Cruise in the Dragon deck is that it gives all the Dragon Pokemon free retreat, which is actually really good in combination with Tatsugiri, because Tatsugiri always has free retreat. It's also really good with the opener that we see that Chase has here, the Turbo Blaze Reshiram. And you can see Chase has just got 2 energy on a Rayquaza turn 1 going first because he opened Reshiram with 2 energy. And it's just that easy, right? Like, that's insane. So a very strong start from Chase. Oh yeah, Guzma and Hala could have also won that game. Double Dragon energy. Turbo Blaze, the thing about the Turbo Blaze Reshiram is that if you have it in combination with the Jet Cruise Dragonite, it allows your like Clara plays to be pretty good. And you could just like Clara for a Draudigon back and do that whole thing. So it is it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Like the Reshiram is pretty good when it has free retreat, so I get it. And we got both Lee and Kevin Baxter in the chat, in the Twitch chat. Oh yeah, y'all two would have a great conversation. Lee is in love with the Turbo Blaze Reshiram. Kevin is not a fan. Yeah, so we got lots of opinions about the correct dragon build. And even Lee is not even a fan, I think, of this newer evolution-based dragon build. I know Lee typically will only play basic Pokemon in his dragon deck. So lots of different camps I know Kevin top 16's the last Gym Leader Challenge 3K with a Dragon deck that played the old-fashioned Dragonite. Fast Call from Team Up. Went and got a record of 5-2 with that, so had a pretty good showing. And then, of course, Dylan won a couple weeks ago with his Dragon deck playing the Jet Cruise Dragonites. I think Tony Saya has also won a badge here at Full Grip Games with the Jet Cruise Dragonite list. And this is likely the same list that Chase is playing. I have to imagine that Chase is playing the same list that Dylan won with a couple weeks ago. And then Lee Hoffman has actually has traveled out from Pennsylvania and won a GLC League Nights himself with his Turbo Dragons deck. So, lots of opinions on Dragon builds. And you love to see it, honestly, because Dragon is a type that has been slowly but steadily improving since Dragons returned with the Sword and Shield block. They just keep getting new and notable cards added to the pool. Strong basic attackers, nice evolutions, consistency Pokemon, Tatsugiri and Dracloak. I know a lot of Dragon enthusiasts are kind of just waiting patiently for the Pokemon Company to eventually print a Dragon-type single prize Dragapults. You know, as Dracloak has a very strong ability on a stage 1, that Recon Directive. Being able to evolve Dracloak into a meaningful Dragapult in GLC would be dope for sure. All right, so it looks like Chase got a couple energy onto Reshiram. Really was not able to do too much after that kind of explosive turn 1 going first. Decided to just Marnie things away and pass with Reshiram active. But it looks like Hunter has got Drizzile, can use Drizzile's Shady Dealings ability. Shady Dealings, go get a water Pokemon and an item card out of the deck. Looks like it's going to be Palafin. Now this kind of version of water has been relatively popular lately with the Vanguard Punch Palafin. Personally, I am not a fan because just evolving into stage 1 Pokemon to do 130 damage just feels like you're not doing maybe like the best that water has to offer. You know, there's a lot of decks that do 130 damage with basic Pokemon. So, like, it's undeniable that having 1 energy attack cost is just pretty easy to get rolling. As we see, Palafin does take a knockout, Vanguard Punch. And now, Reshiram gets the promote. And Reshiram can swing for 130 damage, which will not take the knockout. You'd have to get another energy on it. Its first attack only gets buffed. Okay, now this is interesting. Actually, promotes the Rayquaza and then has to retreat into Druddigon. That gets an energy into the discard pile so that Chase can activate Raihan. Raihan, kind of the key supporter for Dragon decks. It's going to allow Chase to get Professor's Letter out of the deck. Professor's Letter can go get the necessary water energy so that Dredagon can launch a revenge attack. Now Hisuian Basculin is kind of already at the ready, and you can see how this kind of low energy cost water deck works, right? You've just got one of the best consistency engines with water. You've got the Intellion, you've got Octillery with the Abyssal Hand ability, right? And with all of your guys only taking a single energy to attack, you kind of just flood the board with low effort attackers, right? And trade pretty easily. And then you're kind of ace in this water deck, as we see Hunter powering up on the bench. The ace in this water deck is certainly the Seismitoad. There's Tim Pole on the bench right now, but Seismitoad has the Quaking Zone ability, which makes it so that your opponent's attacks cost 1 colorless energy more. And that can be very disruptive because, especially against a deck like the Dragon deck. Oh my goodness. We also see there's the Pokemon League headquarters stadium, which is just another kind of piece that is going to make it a little bit more difficult for Chase to attack. Now, I don't know if and the thing about a play like this is I just don't know if I love slamming down the league headquarters right away here, considering that Chase, has like a decent sized hand, and I would like to see the league headquarters maybe comboed with like a disruptive supporter, so that you have a higher chance of making it so that your opponent really can't play out of the situation you're putting them in. Chase has got options, it looks like, anyways. Versus Seeker, Guzma and Hala. Versus Seeker could get Raihan again. Just feels kind of bad, right? Needing a stadium. There's Guzma and Hala as well. Looks like it's going to be Raihan, which just feels bad, right? Because I feel like if you're Chase right now, you need more than a single piece. Looks like he's going to go get Dratini and Dreepy out of the deck. Buddy Poffin. Has got the Gabite in hand. Might have to zoom this camera out a little bit. I'm having trouble seeing benches. Not on Hunter's side. Hunter's playing with his bench pushed up, but might have to walkie down to Chase to have him do the same. Yo, Chase, can you scoot your bench towards the active? Like, just scoot your whole board up a little bit. Yeah, thanks. It's not even going to swing with the breakthrough assault. Surely you could put 30 damage on the board, right? Yeah, you surely want to put... Is it 30? Pretty sure it's 30. Probably won't make a difference. It's 20. Probably won't make a difference. But you still probably just put the 20 on. It's looking like Hunter's got Guzma and Hala now for Tropical Beach. Oh, he can't because of the Pokemon League headquarters. Wait, never mind. I take it all back. It's the freaking Pokemon League headquarters. Sorry. I literally was just talking about that. And then, yeah, it's the freaking Pokemon League headquarters. Rayquaza was not able to attack. Funny. Fire energy on the bench Dreepy. You know things are dire if a Dreepy's got a fire energy attached to it. I think Dracloak can get in there for like 70. It just feels like a strange spot the Hunter's in. Was not able to evolve up into Octillery, so it's kind of just like at a certain point it's like you're not making any aggressive plays, you know. Putting Beach into play could allow you to draw out of this. You know, Chase has actually got a better hand than Hunter does, I think. Hunter has Cynthia and Caitlyn. I like played Guzma and Hala, but then didn't do anything. So that's just kind of a weird one, right? It's got Iono in hand. You know, giving Chase 5 new cards doesn't feel great. But at this point, Chase has got Dracloak online. It's going to be churning through the deck. Going to start working towards getting that Garchomp going. And Crispin, going to be the supportive return for Chase. Crispin's one of those cards that got printed in the last couple of years that is just a huge boost for Dragon decks as a whole. Grabbing 2 different basic energy out of the deck, you can accelerate 1 into play as an effect of the supporter. So good for a deck whose energy types are rarely aligned. And just going to be another pass for Chase with the league headquarters there sticking. All Hunter has to do is find a water energy. Does have Lily's Determination or Cynthia and Caitlyn, kind of weighing them both. Just go for the Lilies. It's just Lily for 6, dude. Yeah, just Lily for sure. 6 new cards. Hunter does find 2 water energy, so we'll be able to attach 1 to Inteleon. And here we go. Aqua Bullet. I'm going to take the knockouts. Place 20 damage onto the Gabites. Now, Hunter's up 2 prizes, but Chase is really starting to get this board established. Finds Dragonair. Dragonair can use its evolutionary guidance ability to go fetch out Garchomp. And Garchomp is one of the strongest cards in the Dragon pool, with the Dragon Blade attack doing 160 damage for 2, and then obviously the Sonic Slip ability making it invincible on the turn that it evolves. Garchomp is just a really strong card in Gym Leader Challenge, especially evolving from the Gabites with the Dragon Call ability. Dragon Call is just a great consistency boon for the deck. And Garchomp making itself invincible is just one of those cards that can really enable comebacks, since it can quite easily 2 for 1. And that's like the name of the game in GLC, since all the Pokemon are single prize Pokemon. Finding out ways to go 2 for 1. Those are some of the best strategies in Gym Leader Challenge. Otherwise, you're just trying to race your opponent to the finish line, and if both players go tit for tat, then the player who took the first prize wins. But Gym Leader Challenge games are often far more dynamic than that. And it looks like Chase going to be searching out Lost City, uses Sonic Slip, makes his Garchomp invincible, and will Lost Zone the Inteleon line with Dragon Blade. Going to go to 4 prizes. We'll see what Hunter can do to respond. Is Hunter playing Octillery? Hunter's got to be playing Octillery in this deck, right? There has to be an Octillery. Is it you? Oh, there's one in his hand. Okay, Remoraid must not have shown up for work or something. Because yeah, okay, there's Octillery. I was like, one does not simply build a water deck without Abyssal Hand, right? It's just like not what you do. Now, Garchomp is going to prevent all damage and effects of attacks because of its Sonic Slip ability right now. So Hunter playing Marnie instead of a Boss or a Guzma is showing that he does not have a way to push around this Sonic Slip ability. And that's exactly what Chase needs to get back into this game. So just another awkward turn from Hunter. He's going to have to sack something. It looks like he's going to send up the Palafin and just sack it. Wait for another turn. He's got Timpole on the bench with the water energy. But now the momentum in this game has completely shifted as now Chase has his evolution Pokemon online. Evolutionary Guidance. Go get Dragonites. Dragonite now online with its Jet Cruise ability. Gives all his Pokemon free retreats. Dracloak using Recon Directive. Everything here firing off as it should now. And Garchomp going to take another easy KO on this Finizen. As Chase recovers Raihan with Cynthia and Caitlyn. Kind of preparing the next turn. Every turn that Dragon deck can use Raihan, you're just getting an extra energy into play, solidifying your board to go the distance for the final few turns. Do you see the Luminous energy actually getting attached to the Dracloak? You know, Dracloak does do 70 damage. It's not nothing. And it looks like Dracloak is actually going to be taking this knockout. Good eye by Chase, identifying that Dracloak can take this KO instead of the costly Garchomp, right? Because taking the knockout with Garchomp would require that you discard the top 2 cards of your deck. You really just want to reserve that for KOs where it's totally necessary. So an easy decision by Chase, and you can kind of see this board state that is set up now is like the dream board state for the Dragon deck. You've got the Dragonite set up, and you really want to kind of save the Dragonite for the last prize or two, because having the Dragonite in play just makes your board so much more stable. And having an energy on it is obviously very good as well because of the Dragonair's ability. So it all makes sense. It all works. Now Hunter's got Misty Starmie and an N. Misty Starmie does 140 damage on the turn that it evolves. 60 plus 80. So going to be doing 140. Will easily knock out the Dracloak. The real question is going to be, can Hunter just stream knockouts to the finish line to seal the deal in this game? Tatsugiri getting the push. And looks like Chase deciding between Hex and Teammates off of the Attract Customers. Teammates seems very good, as you can just kind of go solidify your final couple attackers, but Hex could be necessary. You probably want to save the Hex for a potential turn where you're like maybe using it to knock out a Seismitoad, turn off its ability. And it looks like it's going to be Teammates for Chase. So he can go grab whatever 2 cards he wants out of his deck. Since Pokemon was knocked out last turn. And at this point, really just want to see a Water Energy probably go into the Dragonite. And then like a Disruption card. For next turn. I don't think you necessarily need to use Escape Rope this turn to take out a benched Pokemon. I think, personally, I would like to see the Dragonite get established and then go get a hand disruption card, right? Like, because it looks like he is going to go for Rope, and Rope is fine, but at this point, like, Chase does need to figure out how am I going to win this game, right? How am I going to skip ahead a prize card? And maybe this is it. You know, maybe Hunter does not have the rare candy Seismitoad this next turn. Double Dragon Energy could be very good if Seismitoad does come up, though, because Double Dragon Energy could give Dragonite the extra energy it needs to knock out Seismitoad. We see Hisuian Heavy Ball does get Remoraid, which is kind of been tough to not have access to. It looks like it's going to be Raihan. Rare Candy Seismitoad, looking like it's going to happen. However, I think the Seismitoad just took way too long to get into play. It's at a point, like, Seismitoad is coming online when Chase already has a bunch of energy in play, right? So it just doesn't really matter anymore. Because Chase could just attach an additional energy to the active or go Hex 160, and Chase did not maybe identify that Seismitoad actually has 170 hit points. So, yeah, tough one there. Just going in Hex Garchomp, kind of just assuming he was taking the knockout, I think. As Garchomp is going to be knocking out most things. And now this is annoying. But the Double Dragon Energy top deck does actually allow Dragonite to just swing. So, Double Dragon Energy top deck does just kind of seal it, I think. Unless... No, I don't think... It'd have to be like Muscle Band Boss for Hunter to take out Tatsugiri with the Misty Starmie. And now Hunter, in order to win, would need probably a way to bring up that Tatsugiri. Doesn't have any basic Pokemon that is going to be able to contend with the 180 hit point Dragonites. I'm thinking the Hunter is cooked. Enhanced Hammer, just a single prize left to take, Hunter. Oh, and the Guzma Abyssal Hand would need a Float Stone and a Muscle Band. So close. And Muscle Band is in deck. Scoop Up. So, like, the combo is possible. As we see, Scoop Up Net and Muscle Band were in deck. So it was possible for Hunter to win off that Abyssal Hand draw. Unlikely, but possible. And now we know the Tatsugiri does have free retreat. So it'd be very easy. Didn't you already Guzma? Didn't you just Guzma, dude? All right, and the Luxurious Cape on the Octillery. Just to keep Hunter alive for one more turn. Is anything that Chase can do to play out of it? Arvin can go get Muscle Band. And with the Muscle Band, Chase will take the second win. Got to see 2 games there of Dragon versus Water. Chase won a quick game 1 with a turn 1 bench out assisted by Crispin to knock out Hunter's only Pokemon in play, the lowly Basculin. But the donk doesn't feel so bad when you see that, well, it was a 2-0 regardless. So Hunter falling short in round number 1, but Chase punching a dub with the very cool Dragon deck. I'm interested to see what other players have brought to the table this evening. I'm going to go downstairs, fix the camera a little bit. I'm going to zoom it out just a touch, and also going to ask how many players there are. We've got just a few minutes until round number 2 comes up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. We'll be right back. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokemon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. All right. Welcome back. Thank you for the patience. Getting ready for round number 2. Got to check in with players down on the floor, see what people were bringing tonight. Alex Carpenter is playing the Dragons deck, same deck that we just saw Chase piloting on stream. Saw Ben Morse and Tony Saya of the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast are both playing Fighting, an iteration of the Fighting deck that I played a couple weeks ago as well. Just with, it's kind of just like an Ogie Dogie loop deck with the Barbaracle and the Hariyama. So I'm a big fan of that. I think the deck is very good. They're both 1-0 with it so far. Alex Carpenter won his first round with the Dragon deck. Let's take a look over at morsemakes.com so we can see what the badge race is looking like here at Full Grip Games. There we go. This is morsemakes.com. Huge shout out to Ben Morse, who runs the website and also helps produce the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast, releases that on his Morse Makes YouTube channel. We can keep track of all of our winning players and their decks throughout the season. Our seasons start and end in mid-July. So we've got just a few months left for the badge race, and Alex Carpenter is doubling up his lead. He has won the Gym Leader Challenge badge race 2 years in a row and is looking to make it a three-peat here at Full Grip Games. But of course, there are players that are trying to say something about that. We've got, Chase here with the Dragon deck tonight, just got a win. We got Tony has a round 1 win as well. Interested to see what Dylan is playing. I'm not sure. I didn't get to check with him. Ben Morse is on Fighting tonight. Had a little bit of a slow start, considering Ben Morse was tied for the badge lead at Full Grip Games 2 years ago, and then ended up losing to Alex Carpenter in a first in a conquest for the title. They had the same amount of badges, so in a conquest playoff. Speaking of Ben Morse, we've got the man ready to go, playing round number 2 against JD. Stoked to see how this one goes. 15-4. Sheesh. Let's freaking go. 15-4. That's not bad, folks. It's not bad. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good ratio. Could be better, though. Okay, I got to go 5-0 another. We get 20-4. That would look really hot. Yeah, I gotta get another 5-0 night. Alex Carpenter, 107-58. I mean, that is impressive. This is really fun. Him keeping all like the stats is beast for sure. Love that. All right, here we go. Round number 2 going up now. Let's head down to the floor and see what's up. Ben Morse versus JD. Ben Morse also helped me to design this new overlay that we got for the tournament table. So big thanks to Ben for that as well. All right. Apparently, Natalie says that JD swears he can beat fighting with this deck. We'll see. It's colorless versus fighting, and JD apparently swears he can beat fighting with this. Well, well, well. We will certainly see, won't we? It looks like Ben's still mulliganing. Curious to see what kind of colorless deck JD has for us. Another mulligan. That is 4 mulligans for JD. Certainly the kind of start that you want when you are up against a matchup that is got the type advantage. How about a bonus 4 cards in the starting hand? Feels pretty good. I do see there is the Omega Barrage Bumblebee in JD's hand. You can go ahead and pull that card up. Omega Barrage is an ancient trait. So ancient, they haven't printed these traits in over a decade, okay? They're like little boxes on the top of the card that are not abilities. Not to be confused with a rule box. They do not have the word rule on them. They are just ancient traits. A mechanic of eras past. And we see JD has got the Omega Barrage Bumblebee in his opening hand, which can attack twice. So it can burrow to discard the top card of your opponent's deck, or Rototiller, shuffle a card from your discard pile into your deck. It could mill 2, it could recover 2. It's a very good card. Let's see. Looks like Ben has got Ultra Ball. Always kind of tough playing Ultra Ball out of the opening hand, right? Having to discard Karina doesn't feel great. It looks like Soul Rock is in the deck. I think Lunatone is in hand. Obviously, Ben would like to get Soul Rock and Lunatone into play to start drawing cards. Very curious as to what the rest of Ben's hand is. Ultra Balling away the Karina. I mean, Karina is such a strong card to have. It looks like Ultra Ball is going to go for Ogie Dogie. Energy to Lunatone, pass. Okay, so keeping the Guzma and Hala, as Ben did, does allow for him to guarantee the turn to Ogie Dogie. So that's maybe what he's thinking, is that he just wants to go turn 2 good punch, but Ben also doesn't have anything else in hand. I mean, he's got a 2-card hand right now. If you play Guzma and Hala to discard 2 other cards from your hand, it would mean that Ben would have to discard his entire hand. And JD is, popping off. He's got a whole bunch of dudes that he's getting out of the deck. Okay, there is a Pie Dove in there. Is that a Pie Dove that I saw? Pretty sure that was a Pie Dove. We Pie Dove gaming? It's got the emergency evolution. If this Pokemon's HP is 30 or less, search your deck for an Unpheasant. What the heck does Unpheasant do? Well, I know Ben plays Tropical Beach. Yes, I know that. But still, you could Guzma Hala for the beach, but then you're not attacking. I'm assuming that Ben went for the Ogie Dogie because he wants to get a turn 2 Ogie Dogie. But he certainly could go energy to Ogie Dogie Beach for 7. I mean, that's a very reasonable play. Looks like Brooklet Hill off the top. That's weird. And then Ben slams it to go get Soul Rock. And actually, top deck, has a Lily in hand. Okay, I did not see the Lily for 8. I thought it was Guzma Hala, but maybe top decked the... I don't know which card he top decked. Maybe he kept the Lilies the whole time. And I just didn't see it. Lily's Determination is about as good of a supporter as it gets right now. And off these 8 cards, could find a basic fighting energy, which would allow him to draw 3 more. And Lily's Determination has been an incredible supporter card for Gym Leader Challenge formats, as it allows for explosive early turns and also fantastic draw throughout the game. And Ben does find Floatstone, so could get the turn 2 attack with Ogie Dogie. I think he's going to have to try and draw into a rainbow energy or a rainbow style energy off of the lunar cycle. It's going to need. Why is my Lunatone so tiny? What happened to him? Oh, God. Why is my Lunatone so small? Oh, well, you all know what Lunatone does. I'm going to have to write a note to fix that. Now, we do have our first, this looks like, escape rope from Ben. It's going to guarantee a knockout with Soul Rock. And Ben also did actually find the rainbow energy for Ogie Dogie. So now with Barbaracle, has a very explosive board. I mean, look at this board. Barbaracle, sorry, I was trying to pull up Barbaracle, and I accidentally pulled up the other guy with like 4 arms. The other fighting Pokemon with 4 arms. On my stream deck, they looked kind of similar, actually. But yeah, an incredible board state here from Ben on turn 2. Now, if you are interested in standard format at all, we've got a standard League Cup coming up on Saturday. I'm going to be streaming all day Saturday. Our first League Cup in the new post-rotation format, so very excited about that. Let's make sure to tune in on Saturday if you are available and looking for some red-hot Pokemon TCG action. JD certainly on the back foot after that very strong turn 2 from Ben. I mean, this is the exact setup that you want. Barbaracle, just getting those extra energy attachments into play. So good in combination with Soul Rock and Lunatone because you're already leaning into heavy counts of basic fighting energy to take advantage of Lunar Cycle, and having those extra energy attachments to just slam down throughout the game can really enable you to abuse Ogie Dogie to the highest degree, because you could just reuse Ogie Dogie turn after turn. Good punch for 170, even if it gets knocked out. You could just use Clara or Tarragon to bring it back, use it again. JD's going to go get P-Dove. All right, and P-Dove evolves into Unpheasant. What kind of Unpheasant could we possibly be going for? There's the Unpheasant. It's got the Boundless Power for 180. Fairy Energy. Okay, it's not looking great. Fairy Energy onto P-Dove. Finds Pokepad. Oh, Diggersby. Forgot about Diggersby. Oh, I was going to say, what in the world? Oh, I see the synergy. This is crazy. Okay. Here we go. This is what's happening. Diggersby. All right. Diggersby is how this deck makes sense. So Diggersby is going to do 140 damage. And with its Earthquake attack, right? And then Earthquake also does 30 damage to all your own bench Pokemon, which is then going to proc the Unpheasant or the P-Dove to be able to evolve into Unpheasant, right? It also puts 3 damage counters on your... I see. Puts 3 damage counters on your Dodrio as well. Okay. All right, gamers. I see. I wasn't seeing the vision until the Bunnelby evolved. I forgot about Diggersby, honestly. It's a new card from Perfect Order. Very efficient single energy attack. I mean, 140 for 1 is quite good. And I know a lot of our locals have been experimenting with Diggersby in their colorless decks, because as we know from Monkey Dory in Psychic, damaging your own board doesn't have to be a downside. You can actually turn that into a positive. So we're going to see if that P-Dove strategy actually works out. P-Dove, P-Dove. It's the one from Temporal Forces. Right here. With the emergency evolution. It's pretty cool. You do have to, you know, have a 20 hit point Pokemon in play for a turn. It's probably be pretty rough against a deck that maybe used Tinglu, but I think JD might have advanced knowledge that this version of fighting that myself and some of our other locals have been playing lately is not running Tinglu. So is not concerned about it. Ben's got Raihan as a supporter for turn. Can go get whatever card he wants out of the deck. Did promote the Barbaracle. Maybe has Floatstone in hand. Quick Ball going to go get Terrakion. Let's go. Big Daddy Tarak. Love this dude. Just a good, honest attacker. 130 damage, 140 hit points. Just a hardworking fighting Pokemon. Okie will take the knockout with good punch. Now, Okie does have 230 hit points, thanks to its Adrena Power ability. So going to be pretty tough to knock out. And we'll see if JD has the technology to get there or to turn things off. Wow, damage pump. The spice. Not the damage pump, dude. Holy smokes. And the powerful Colorless. What's a ballistic beak? If you have 6 damage counters is base 180. 7 damage counters is base 210. So yeah, with the damage pump, actually, and the powerful Colorless energy, $10 plus 30 for each, right? So, but Ben hasn't used Zooming Draw yet. So Ben can use Zooming Draw to get it to 7 damage counters. And then, what? Yeah, 7 times 3 has 220, plus the powerful Colorless, that's 240. Yeah, so it's guaranteed. Yeah, it's guaranteed knockout. Because of the freaking damage pump, bro. because of the damage pump. Let's all take a moment to appreciate the freaking damage pump, okay? And now JD is gonna proc the P-Dove to evolve into Unpheasant. Ben immediately is gonna say, "Let me read your Unpheasant, please," or tell me what it does, because it looks like it's in Japanese. So Unpheasants now in play. And which Unpheasant is that? Let me see. I think it is the Unpheasants. Yes, with the Boundless Power attack. Yes, it is that one. So JD has just procced this Unpheasant into play. I'll pull that up. Can do 180 damage for 3. It's got free retreat. Resist fighting. Pretty cool. Got a question over on YouTube. Noob question, but GLC has just expanded, writes, it uses the expanded card pool, but there are a few other rules. You can read about it at gymleaderchallenge.com. Gym Leader Challenge is kind of like Magic the Gathering's Commander format in that it is singleton. You can only play one of each card in your deck, except for basic energy. And then it is also monotype. So like a gym leader, you have to specialize in a specific type, either fighting, colorless, lightning, psychic. And your deck can only play Pokemon that are that color or type. And then the final rule, there are no rule box Pokemon allowed in Gym Leader Challenge either. So no Pokemon EX, no Pokemon VMAX, V-Star, or anything like that. Again, you can read about it at gymleaderchallenge.com. It's a lot of fun. There are Gym Leader Challenge leagues that exclusively play Gym Leader Challenge format all over the world. And this is one that we broadcast here from Akron, Ohio. We got 23 players here tonight. And for us here in Akron, I mean, Gym Leader Challenge gets just as much, if not more, attendance than our standard leagues, actually. So it's a very fun format. People really have a blast with it. We also have the badge system at our league where if you win a league night with a specific type of deck, you earn a badge of that color, and then players spend the season, which is 1 year, trying to earn as many badges as they can. All right, I got Kryn over on YouTube saying, I see the light. Barbaracle is broken. Barbaracle is extremely good in the fighting deck. It is extremely good. Look at this. I mean, Ben just literally brought the Ogie Dogie back and is like, and bet you can't do it again. And that is the strength of the Barbaracle Ogie Dogie deck, is that you can just reuse Ogie Dogie. Like, your opponent might have one trick up their sleeve to knock out Ogie Dogie, like Hex Maniac or Silent Lab. But honestly, they probably can't do it twice. And that, or maybe a third time or a fourth time, right? Yeah. Carol over on YouTube says it sounds like the trainer trials a bit. Well, on Pokemon TCG Live, they actually host Gym Leader Challenge format sometimes on the Pokemon TCG Live, though Pokemon TCG Live has not added the X and Y and Sun and Moon card pools yet, but they do occasionally host Gym Leader Challenge formats with the Sun and Moon on card pool on the Pokemon TCG Live using our ban list and things like that, which is a lot of fun. So, all right, so JD does actually have the response. Wow. Unpheasant with Hex Maniac, Boundless Power. Sheesh. To take the knockout. Now, that 30 damage on the Unpheasant is actually very relevant because it does make the Unpheasant a little bit easier to knock out with Terrakion. Terrakion revenges for 130 damage. Golly, I got to get myself one of these art rare Terrakions. Man, I don't think I ever seen this guy before. Dude, he's so sick. Anyways. Yeah, I'm going to have to get that art rare. Dang, bro. But yeah, Terrakion. Now, had a question there. Can you look up where Gym Leader Challenge leagues are on gymleaderchallenge.com? We used to have an event locator, but the event locator broke. I'm actually in communication with Pokemon, and I have requested that they start allowing you to search Gym Leader Challenge leagues on their event locator. So that is something that I am working on. I put together like a big proposal of improvements that I think that the Pokemon Company International should adopt to try and help support the Gym Leader Challenge formats. and I sent those off in the to the ambassador program, of which I am a part of. So, of course, if you ever have any input that you would like passed forward to the Pokemon Company International, I am a part of their ambassador program, and take part in conversations to help improve player experiences for the Pokemon trading card game. Obviously, I have a special interest in the Gym Leader Challenge community, so I did put that out there. We'll see if they ever do anything like that. But that would be my hope, was that, because they already have it on on the tournament organizing software. You can sanction a Pokemon event as Gym Leader Challenge, right? And since you can sanction an event in Gym Leader Challenge, it should be very easy for the Pokemon Company to let you search where Gym Leader Challenge events are happening, right? Oh, yeah, JD's deck's entirely Japanese. That's beast. Wait, there is a GLC option on the event locator? Are you serious? Well, then I did not know this. You're telling me this for the first time. All right, well, apparently you can. It didn't used to be there. You don't know how in depth it is? I don't know. They should let you search by where a Gym Leader Challenge League is, for sure. Or when tournaments are happening in Gym Leader Challenge format. But yeah, anyways, so I certainly reached out to them to let them know that they should make it easier to find Gym Leader Challenge events. Where is the event locator? Pokemon's event locator. Where I'm trying to click it right now. It looks like a broken link. When I Google Pokemon event locator, the top link is broken for me. Oh yeah, the Play Pokemon Access app. I suppose I have that downloaded. I could use the app on my phone. Yeah, events.pokemon.com is a broken link for me right now. I've tried clicking it multiple times. The GLC option has been there for over a year? Really? I'm learning this now for the first time. That's crazy. All right, let's see. Events. Search events. I haven't quite figured it out. Do I have 20 championship points? How did I get 20 championship points? Advanced search. Scroll down. Oh, I see. Gym Leader Challenge. Apply filters. Cool. Well, that's pretty beast. Why is Full Grips not on there? I'll have to inquire further. We should be on here for Gym Leader Challenge. Why are we not? All right, well, that's beast. Okay, apparently you can search by Gym Leader Challenge events on the locator. So there you go. All right. So that's how you find Gym Leader Challenge leagues on the event locator. Well, that was silly of me to ask for that then if they had already done it. We got King Quazbat over on YouTube says the GLC option does not show the local league that does GLC near me, even though they have GLC tournaments when looking at events. Huh. Some places list GLC but don't run it. I went to a place that had GLC listed, but it was just standard locals. Huh. Yeah. So the event locator, you can get an idea of which shops might run GLC, but it's not like, you still probably have to call around to get an idea. JD has a Tauros in the active. Yes. That's true. Crin says, I just looked. None of the shops I play GLC at are on the locator. Yeah, so that's the thing is that, like, I still stand by the fact that there should be like a more accessible way to identify and search out Gym Leader Challenge leagues. As it is right now, it's very word of mouth, which, that's how grassroots things are. So. And that's game. Barbarackle for the dub. JD did put on a show, though. I got to give him that. JD certainly put on a show in a type disadvantage matchup. Was able to bring it down to the final couple prize cards. So kudos to JD for that. Yeah, nothing like losing in style. If you're going to lose, you might as well lose with style, right? Lose with a little bit of swag. So Ben Morse moving on to 2-0 with the fighting deck. Got a lot of use out of Terrakion. Gotta say, I'm kind of a fan. Terrakion is just solid. And I know that some people criticize Terrakion for maybe not having the highest damage output. I mean, it revenges for 130. But when you are playing Hariyama and Boss's Orders and Guzma, you can usually pinpoint a Pokemon that Terrakion does KO. And if you're playing against dragons, a lot of the dragon Pokemon just have 130 hit point or less. So the thing about Terrakion is just like a nice guy to weave in there when you can. It's just he's a fine Pokemon. I like Terrakion. The attackers that I am currently playing in my fighting deck are just Terrakion, Sudowoodo, and Okidogi. And really, that's just it. That's my list. Actually, I'll pull up my fighting list that I have, kind of show it off and talk about it a little bit. I posted it in the Discord, in the Tricky Gym Discord. So I'll bring that up. And we can chat about it. Ben Moore's looking solid so far. 2 wins. We got 23 players here tonight, so 5 rounds. Anybody ever notice that Discord takes like forever to open? What's up with that? I'm asking, what's up with that? Any knowers out there? No. My Discord takes forever to open it. And don't even say it's because I have a slow computer, because this computer's a beast. All right. Here's my fighting list. I got to make myself disappear so that you can see it. Bang. All right, here's the fighting list I played at GLC League. I think a lot of our leagueies playing fighting right now have a very similar build right now. This list has been a ton of fun to play. Highly recommend it if you haven't built a Barbaracle focused fighting list yet. So, main idea of this deck, you've got Terrakion, Okidogi, and Sudowoodo are kind of like your main 3 basic attackers. And with Barbaracle and the Stone Arms ability, you can just recycle energy to Okidogi again and again. No Lucario, no. Because your bench gets filled up with Barbaracle and Hariyama, and you're really using those Evolution Incense, Ultra Ball, Pokepad. You're using those Evolution Search cards to go set up Hariyama and Barbaracle. And Terrakion is really just your Lucario, right? Or Okidogi or Sudowoodo. And Lucario kind of just is unnecessary. All right, at this point, I tried to open Discord like 10 minutes ago. Not 10 minutes, but at least 3 minutes ago. That's an insane boot up time. That's crazy. But and Hariyama actually ends up being one of like your best attackers in this deck because it does 210 damage. So all you have to do is really just kind of put an extra energy onto Hariyama like at some point in the game, and then you can use Stone Arms to attach an extra energy to Hariyama, and then attack with Hariyama's attack, which does 210 damage. Hariyama's Heave-Ho Catcher also extremely good in combination with Okidogi and Soul Rock, right? Because like you can lead the game with Okidogi or Soul Rock and just target down exactly what you want to, thanks to Hariyama's Heave-Ho Catcher ability. And there's also Lysander and Guzma and Heave-Ho Catcher, so you're constantly able to just target down exactly what you want. I also really like Tropical Beach in fighting, and the reason why I think Tropical Beach belongs in this style of fighting deck is because this style of fighting deck is not going for the turn 1 attack with Soul Rock every game or like Ting Lu or whatever. You were trying to set up a turn 2 Ogie Dogie every single game. So Tropical Beach is actually a very strong part of that strategy because you can go turn 1, Luminous or Rainbow or Unit Energy to Ogie Dogie, Beach for 7, turn 2, knock out whatever you want on your opponent's side of the board with Ogie Dogie. It's just an incredibly strong way to start the game. And especially with both Colress's Tenacity and Guzma and Hala in the deck, you can go Guzma and Hala or Colress for Luminous or Unit, attach it to your Ogie Dogie, and then Beach for 7, turn 2, knock out whatever you want. That's like the concept of the deck. You've also got Parallel City, which is very good in combination with Hariyama because you can parallel. Your opponent has to keep their 3 most important things, then use Hariyama to gust up whatever you want. Just these kinds of very high power level turns. Scoop Up Net is incredible with Hariyama as well, for sure. I had a game a couple weeks ago where I used Hariyama 3 times because I went Hariyama, Heave-Ho Catcher, Scoop Up Net, Hariyama, Heave-Ho Catcher. Then I used Parallel to bump my own Hariyama, Field Blower to remove the Parallel, and Tarragon to bring the Hariyama back into play, and I used it a 3rd time. So, yeah, it's all very strong combos. Very, very strong. All right, we've got our next round coming up. Sleepy-looking Hoop Dog versus Kai. Sleepy Hoop. Let me get this overlay set up real quick. Water versus dragons. Kai was a Gym Leader Challenge regular years ago, but then his employments... Did I play the entire last round with round 1 up? Man, you guys really let me just do that, huh? All right, round number 3. You guys just let it say round. You didn't. Nobody was like, "Hey, Andrew, it says round 1 on the overlay." Nobody helping me out. Dang. You hate to see it. All right, round number 3. Getting underway. We've got dragons. Jack Hoop playing dragons right now. Opens with Dreepy. Evolves into Dracloak. And we see that Jack's got that nice art rare Tatsugiri. Coming out to play. Uses Mysterious Treasure, discards Rare Candy to go get it. And we'll retreat into Tatsugiri to attract some customers. And we'll see what kind of a customer Jack can attract. Looks like it's going to be none. Those are very powerful cards, but Tatsugiri does not get any of those. Enhanced Hammer, Buddy Buddy Poffin, Double Dragon Energy. Now, Kai has got Wishy Washy in the active spots. Wishy Washy is a big boy. 180 hit point basic, but it does have the scatter ability. Before you start your turn, you have to flip a coin if it's got damage counters on it. If tails, he goes scattering back into the deck. Now, Kai was a regular at GLC League years ago, but then his job was getting in the way of his attendance, so wasn't able to come for probably like an entire year. Was not able to show up to GLC League because of his job. But then has been on an absolute tear since returning. I think Kai is finished 4-1 at like many league nights. I think Kai is probably like, I don't know, probably like 20 and here we go, 18-7. Yeah. Total league record since returning is 18-7. Yeah. So after taking like over a year off of GLC, has come back and is 18-7. Has gotten 4 top 4s. Has been back for 5 weeks. Has top 4'd 4 of the 5 weeks that he played. Yeah. So Kai has been kind of beast mode lately. We'll see if he can keep that streak going with a win over Jack and the Dragons deck. See, Kai is off to a strong start. Now, Kai said that he took a look at the Milo Pump deck list, and he said it looked like it sucked. So he didn't want to he didn't want to play. Kai is very funny like that. He is very funny like that. He's got these very kind of like dry, blunt takes. And he'll be like, yeah, I looked at Milo Pump. That deck looked like trash. So, so I didn't build it. So I think he's just got a straight Hydro Pump list built right now. I see Jack uses Tatsugiri to attract customers. Finds Marnie. Marnie's going to be big for Kai because Kai's hand is looking horrendous right now. So if Jack goes Marnie, that would be quite nice. Jack's got Quick Ball. Go get another basic Pokemon out of the deck. Would be nice to go get maybe a Dratini or Gabite. As we see Jack kind of thumbing both of those to the top of the deck. We'll be choosing between one of them. Those are good Pokemon to get out early because then you can use their stage 1s. A nice consistency boost. Now Jack's got like some good cards in hand, honestly. It'd be a shame to Marnie them all away. But it doesn't quite have the evolution search, right? It's just a little bit awkward. Doesn't quite have the evolution search to like go get Dracloak. Doesn't have a switch card to attack with Rayquaza. Oh, it does have a switch card. It does have Rope, right? So it looks like Jack's going to Rope first. And now might use Colress's Tenacity to go get, yeah, double Dragon Energy. So it's a good play from Jack. Colress Tenacity for double Dragon Energy in parallel. That's like really solid. I mean, that is a very strong turn. Escape Rope, pushing up a bench Pokemon, parallel. Going to force Kai to discard 2 bench Pokemon. Parallel City makes it so that you can only have 3 bench Pokemon. With the double Dragon Energy attached to Rayquaza, Breakthrough Assaults will be dealing 110 damage for the knockouts. And Kai is left with not a lot Top deck's Arctibacks. I mean, this is devastating, right? Pretty much only has boss's orders in hand. Dropped Whalmer. And Kai is just really having a rough go. Has to just pass. Would have loved to see that Marnie. Instead, Hoop gets Dracloak off the top. And now can continue churning without needing to use that Marnie. Recon Directive. Now, you have to imagine that Jack will not be using that Marnie in hand now that he sees that Kai's hand is rather dead. And we'll just use Crispin to get a couple of energy attachments. Definitely agree with that. Getting an extra attachment onto the Gibble will be nice. And Rayquaza can Dragon Claw for 130 damage and just start sweeping this up if Kai doesn't find a consistency boost soon. Kai needs desperately to find an out to a Drizzile or just a supporter card off the top of the deck. Yeah, Crispin going to allow for 2 energy attachments. And then Lost City. And this is where things are going to start to get very ugly. As now, every knockout that Jack takes will be sending a Pokemon to the Lost Zone. And there it is. Drizzile. Is it Drizzile? It is Drizzile. It's Drizzile, right? That's Drizzile. Okay. I mean, Kai gets to play. So we've got Shady Dealings off the top. Can go get any one card out of the deck, but is one card going to be enough right now, right? It's almost like you have to use Lilies for 8 and just hope that you get everything. Hope that you draw the absolute stones. Like, surely you can't just go get Irida, right? Like, that's not going to do it. Teammates can't do it. Surely you have to Lily for 8 and just trust your deck. You have to Lily for... Oh, Irida. No way. Kai, every card is getting sent to the Lost Zone right now. Every single one. You can't... You can't get a supporter with Irida. Oh, man. I don't know where Kai's going with this. It's not enough. You have to just, like, draw 8 cards here. Yeah, there's nothing in this hand. Maybe Lily's prized, but, like, then Iono or Versus Seeker for Iono or Marnie or anything else. You just have to hope because, like, the Rayquaza is coming in for 130, sending something to the Lost Zone next turn, right? So you just cannot just give Jack another turn. Just horrible, right? Like, what's actually going on here? You got to at least Field Blower the Lost Zone, I guess, right? Can't Boss. Yeah, he just played Irida. Yeah, I think Kai is kind of going through it, just in the tank, realizing that now he needs to top deck again. Can Field Blower the Lost City. And then we'll hit with Frostmoth for 30, I mean, that's about as bad as it gets. Not great. You don't usually see Frostmoth using Aurora Beam. If you're using Frostmoth's Aurora Beam, you're probably losing the game. I have to imagine. The connection between players that have used, and that's game. Kai does not have anything. Scoop it up. And Jack Hooper will move on to 3-0. Still 2 rounds remaining here at GLC League. Jack's got to be feeling good about that win with the water deck. Round number 3 in the books. Now, I'm very excited. I'm actually going to be playing in the next Gym Leader Challenge 3K happening at Full Grip Games. Stoked about that. I have recruited Chucky Davis and Alex Carpenter to co-commentate the event. So Chucky and Alex Carpenter will be commentating over the Chaos Rising Gym Leader Challenge shirt. 3K. Thank you for the comment about my shirt. I appreciate that, Quibs. Thank you. But yes, so Alex and Chucky will be commentating over the next GLC 3K. I'll be playing, so I have a chance to actually participate, which is going to be a ton of fun. And next Wednesday, I have our previous Gym Leader Challenge 3K winner, Winter. Winter is going to be joining me here in the studio for a good old Gym Leader Challenge conquest. Winter is from the Pittsburgh area, offered to drive out and do a little tabletop GLC conquest. Been a while since I've done one, so I'm thrilled. And I feel like I let myself get a little GLC washed there for a minute, you know. It happens, okay? It happens. I'd gotten very busy with, having a newborn at home and stuff, okay? But now I feel like I'm sharp as a tack. Sharp as a tack. And ready to game for sure. Jesse says I should put your trophy in the backdrop. Maybe so. You got get a pedestal or something? That'd be cool. I'd be down if I had like a pedestal or something. I've thought about putting more stuff back here. I just haven't quite figured out how I want to do that yet. I should just keep Jesse's trophy right here on the table. Yeah. I've thought about it. I've thought about getting something for back there. I've considered it. Jesse's trophy is currently residing in the Tricky Gym Museum, which is right over here. Dang, it is pouring outside. It is pouring. Absolutely dumping. Hopefully my studio doesn't start leaking again. We got our pre-release promos revealed from Chaos Rising. Now this Crobat, I think the Crobat actually seems pretty cool. I know the Crobat's got a lot of haters. What's up with that? Yeah, a lot of people hating on the Crobat swag. I think the Crobat is something. And then also, we've got the new Darkness set. It's going to be coming out in July. Pitch Black. Mega Darkrai set. Nighttime Maneuvers. One string turn if this Pokemon's in the active spot. You can use the ability to search your deck for a card, shuffle your deck, put the card on top of it. So, I mean, Crobat also does 80 for 1. It does Confuse and Poison. So it's 90 for 1. Which is, like, not bad. Right? But a lot of Darkness decks are kind of already playing the Crobat line to help power through the deck because you've got Golbat, which draws 2 when you evolve it, right, with a discrete draw. And then you've got Crobats with the, not that one, drastic draw, which just draws 3. This Crobat has got to be better than this Crobat. It's got drawing 3 random cards or getting to actually stack a card on top of your deck. Obviously, Darkness decks are already playing Liepard with the trade ability. Discard a card, draw 2 from your deck. So you can use Nighttime Maneuvers to stack a card, trade, draw into it. Also, you could stack a card for Grimsley. Grimsley's move. All right. You could stack Tyranitar, all right, on top of your deck, chatters. And Tyranitar is like actually the strongest card in the Darkness pool. It just so happens that there's no dark type Pupitar yet or a dark type Larvitar. And they could. Pupitar it's rock ground. Wait, Pupitar's not dark? Frick! It's never happening, folks. I thought Pupitar was part dark. Dang. That's crazy, bro. Anyway, so there's never going to be a Darkness type Larvitar or Pupitar. But Tyranitar is Darkness type. And the only easy way to get him into play, and I said that easy, the only easy way to get him into play is to use Grimsley's move right now, right? Because there's always Dream Ball, okay? You can only play this card if you took it as a face-down prize card. Search your deck for a Pokemon and put it onto your bench. Kind of beast, actually, all right? Kind of nasty. But yeah, so the easiest way to get Tyranitar into play is use Grimsley's move. But even so, you know, without the Crobat, it's still pretty tough to orchestrate it. You can, and I have. But with the Crobat, I mean, that's just like pretty easy. Because like you just stack it and play Grimsley. So that's like a realistic route to get Tyranitar into play. And then Tyranitar, it's got the Daunting Gaze ability, which makes it so that your opponent can't play item cards when it's in the active, which is obviously incredibly strong. 190 hit points. Sheesh. Weak to grass. Sheesh. Cracking Stomp. 150 damage for 2. Sheesh. Discard the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. Sheesh. Everything on this card just reads incredible, right? Everything. Repmar says, if I Gladian Dream Ball, can I use the Dream Ball? Only if you took it as a prize card. So no. Because taking, when the word took it as a prize card implies that you selected it as a prize card from taking a knockout. That the implication is there. So I'm just saying, for me, the darkness copium is high for me. Crobat, darkness has been getting stuff steadily. Toxtricity, now Crobat. We've got the craziest Tyranitar ever, okay? You've got Grimsley. There's something coming together here. You could Peonia. Yeah, you could use Peonia to put Dream Ball into your prizes. You could. And then take it. Yeah. No. So, like, taking the Peonia... No. You have to take a knockout in order to activate Dream Ball. Or be awarded a prize card. You have to be awarded the prize card via knockout to activate Dream Ball. Have to. I'm certain of that. But yeah, you could use Peonia. Peonia, put 3 prize cards into your hand, then for each prize card you put in your hand, put a card from your hand face down as a prize card. So if you had Dream Ball in your hand, you could use you could put the Peonia into the... So the thing is, though, is that that's all just doing too much. It's just doing too much, right? Now, we could always just change the rules of Gym Leader Challenge to allow for pre-evolutions. I mean, we could just do that. You know, it's our format. We can party however we want to. It does make things messy, which I don't like. I love the clean-cut rules of Gym Leader Challenge. It allows for all the evolutions to get played. It would allow for Vikavolt, Steelix, I mean, all those guys, right? Scizor. It also, as a side effect, you do give all fighting decks access to Kirlia. That's the side effect. Because there's actually a pretty good Gallade. I don't even know that fighting decks would play it, though. I don't think they would. Because they just don't need it, right? They just don't need you. So you would be giving it to them, but they just don't even need it. They've already got the rocks, you know? So in a way, like, I'm not even really mad about that. What other Pokemon are... You've got Gastrodon. You could say something like, you can use pre-evolutions if the pre-evolutions cannot type match the fully evolved Pokemon. It does feel complicated, doesn't it? I don't like complicated. Because you would only want the pre-evolutions to be played from a different type if it was possible. If it was impossible, right? If there were no types that matched. And then you'd also have to make sure that there was a rule that made sure that people understood that you can't just play Kirlia in your fighting deck without the Gallade. The Gallade has to be in the list, right? You could play Gastrodon. Seismitoad. This one. Bulldoze Seismitoad. This is a pretty good card in Gym Leader Challenge. Honestly, it's not bad. Are there any other implications? You got like Steelix. Vikavolt being playable is interesting. Scizor is true. Punishing Scissors is pretty good. And that's just that's a solid attack. This is definitely a very playable Scizor. Vikavolt. Gotta be strong charge, right? Oh yeah, Excadrill. Dragons get Altaria. Yo, Dragons getting Altaria is actually no joke. That's kind of interesting. Yo, you got the tempting. You could tempting tune. Search your deck for a supporter. You could tempting tune Dracloak Engine. You could do that. You've also got Fight Song. Makes your dragons do 20 more. Yeah, he's got no retreat cost. Dude, look how cool this Vikavolt looks. Make it so you have to play the worst version of the pre-evos? No. No, that's silly. Are there any other Pokemon who would be let out of jail? Eevee, obviously. Kryn says, to be honest, sounds like a fun one-off event, but you are not a fan. All right, well, give me your takes on it. What are the upsides and the downsides of allowing Pokemon with unmatching pre-evolutions to be played in Gym Leader Challenge? Oh, Dragapult for Dragon? You got Hisuian Samurott could be played in Darkness decks. Psychic gets Dracloak. Psychic doesn't get Dracloak because there are Psychic types. There are Psychic type Dreepy and Dracloak. So no, Psychic type doesn't get Dracloak because it would be only if there are none. Only if there are no prints of pre-evolutions that match your type. Then you could play it. So no, you can't just pick. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to play the Dragon Dracloak. Like, no, dude. I don't know. What if we made this a reality for season 4, you know? What if we did? Yeah, that's cool artwork. I mean, you're introducing a lot more cards in Pokemon to the card pool, which is kind of cool, right? I don't think it would change too much, no. Yeah, Fire could get Talonflame. That's true. Talonflame's cool. Because, like, ultimately, why should a Pokemon like Talonflame, like, be banned from the format? You know, we could... I don't hate it. I really don't. I've softened on it over the years. I have. I feel like it would shake up the format in a way that would get people, like, looking and brewing with things that they never thought about before, and I think that would be really fun. What if you made it so that... No, it's almost like, what if you made it so that the pre-evolutions, like, couldn't have abilities? But that's like another unnecessary rule, right? No, the EVs are all hysterically bad. For sure. Oh, yeah, Pangoro. Counterpoint, wouldn't it compliment? Well, the thing is, Crimson Scarlet, one of the first questions that people usually have when they're, like, getting into Gym Leader Challenge or thinking about getting into Gym Leader Challenge is that they're like, oh, well, my favorite Pokemon is Tyranitar. Can I play it? And it's like, no. So it creates feel bads for new players. I would say that, right? It creates feel bads for players where we could be creating more feel goods, you know? How about this? The final Pokemon in each evolution line has to match your dex type. Well, yeah, I mean that it would have to be something like that, but then, like, there's a way to word it that's like where you kind of have a catch-all, right? You basically have all the rules as they are, but then an additional rule would say, if an evolution Pokemon does not have pre-evolutions that match your deck's color, your deck may include a single evolution line with non-matching pre-evolutions, something like that, right? It would have to be like you're only allowed one, right? You're only allowed one. Right, so at max 2. Because you have a basic and a stage 1 that would evolve into a stage 2 that doesn't have matching pre-evolutions. And it's still, like, honestly, it still really vibes with the spirit of Gym Leader Challenge because, like, You're telling me a darkness type gym leader couldn't have like a Tyranitar or a Suian Samurott or something? Of course they could. So I think it kind of just opens the door for more intrigue. So a player starts Eevee and they have no idea which deck they're playing. I mean, it's true, right? My league allowed one Eevee in every deck. After 2 weeks, no one played Eevee. Yeah, because the Eevees are all hysterically bad. They're really bad. Honestly, I think the rule would single-handedly make Darkness, like, very good. You go from Darkness being, like, really struggling to being, like, very good. I don't think Colorless doesn't gain a single thing, does it? I don't think so, right? I know. Types don't make any sense in the TCG anyway, so yeah, that's true. That's what I'm saying. Season 4, what if we just allow every deck to play one... You allow every deck to have one evolution line that ends in your type but doesn't have matching pre-evolutions. Like, you're allowed that. I think it just brings more intrigue to the format. I don't think there's anything wrong with one more rule, bro. One more rule. Just one more rule, you know? You get Shiftry? Holy. I like Commander's approach where your cards have to match your Commander's color identity. Well, the thing about Pokemon is that there's evolutions in Pokemon. There's no evolutions in Magic the Gathering, so you don't have to deal with that in Magic. But in Pokemon, you have to deal with pre-evolution. So, like, the concept of monotype, and really it's just about how you decide to go about it. You know, monotype, saying that monotype has been very strict so far in Gym Leader Challenge, in that, like, there's no excuses for Pokemon whose pre-evolutions don't match their final type. But is that something that needs to be strict forever? Does it? I think at a certain point, it might be okay to kind of, like, be a little lenient on that, because you're increasing, like, for instance, like this Tyranitar getting printed into Darkness and then never getting to actually get played is like a true shame, right? Because, or the Scizor, right? Because there are, like, really good Pokemon. As you kind of get, like, deeper into the card pool, you realize that, like, they're going to keep printing good Scizors. They're going to keep printing good Tyranitars, right? And kind of just, like, you're actually hindering so many types, right, by not allowing their kind of, like, star Pokemon to be played in Gym Leader Challenge, right? So in a way, we're almost like the format is mutated in a way because of that. Because of that fact. Or the fact that, like, creatures, they print powerful Tyranitars, but, like, Darkness never gets to reap the benefit of that. You know what I mean? But they also print powerful Gardevoirs, and Psychic always gets to reap the benefits of that. You see what I'm saying? So almost, it kind of, like, actually levels the playing field for all the types, like, a little bit more. Because Psychic doesn't gain anything from this rule, right? Literally nothing. Psychic gains like nothing. Colorless gains like nothing. But there's a couple types like Darkness and Metal that are really going to love it. So that's kind of how I see it. Because Darkness and Metal are like your two biggest offenders. Because they're always printing like good Steelixes. They're always printing good Scizors. Why limit it to only one Evo line per deck, though? Because then decks just end up all over the place. You can end up with all these different... It doesn't even look like a GLC deck anymore, you know? Maybe you switch... No. That's too crazy. GLC to a dual-type format. No. You're still a gym leader, all right? You gotta... You specialize in one type. That's still... That's not changing. No, you still are a gym leader. Let's not get crazy over here, all right? Psychic gets a Alolan Marowak. Well, I think it's cool to allow more of the game's, like... More of the game's card pool to be played, right? All right, that's not a very good card. Yo, Fire gets a Alolan Marowak. Limbo. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's freaking go. It's free. Free attack. To me, it doesn't really, like... Like, are you telling me that, like, this little guy being in a Darkness deck, like, that's not a problem, you know? Or this guy. Look, he's got a sandcastle, and he's building Sandcastle Tyranitar. Isn't that cute? Oh, yeah, there are water-type Weaviles. Well, there's water-type Sneasels. Yeah, so no, there's water Sneasels. Water's always had Weavile. Yeah, there are like tons of water-type Sneasels. I think the genuinely best ones are probably Vikavolt. It's just Vikavolt and like Tyranitar and Scizor. So really, yeah. I think what's really starting to kind of like I think the reason I'm starting to kind of turn on the issue is because I now that we've seen like enough cards get released over the years, I think you realize that the not allowing the pre-evolutions negatively impacts certain types more than others, which that feels unfair, right? So that's kind of why... That's part of why I'm starting to soften on it a little bit. It would also complicate rulings with stuff like Turffield. Oh, I hadn't quite thought about that yet, but all right, we got a Fighting Mirror up next. Fighting Mirror Turffield. That's funny. Turf field. So you'd have to think like, no. No. Huh. There's a lot to think about. I'm thinking about it. Anyways, if you want to talk more about it, we'll talk more about it in GLC discussion in the Tricky Gym Discord. Let's get into round number 4. We've got a battle of the podcast co-hosts. Gym Leader Chat Lounge, Anthony Saya on the right, Gym Leader Chat Lounge, Ben Morse on the left, both playing fighting, both 3-0. Dark could use Brooklyn Hill to get Larvitar. That is kind of funny. Yeah, that would be his. Dark using Brooklet to go get Larvitar would be hilarious. I wonder if it's a 60-card mirror exactly. Dark could use Turffield to get Nuzleaf. That's true. My Dark could use Turffield because there could be a Nuzleaf in my deck. That's true. Dark Crawdaunt could be played. That's true. All right, deep cut there. Deep cut. Nice. I love it. You know, think of it like Gym Leader challenges growing up, you know? All right, round number 4 is underway here at Full Grip Games. We've got a fighting mirror. Both these players 3-0 so far, looking for that elusive fighting badge. We got Anthony Saya on the right. Won not too long ago with Dragons, went 5-0 with a Jet Cruise Dragonite-based list. I know you've been talking to Dylan about that. I think it's Dylan's list that he won with. And is here with a variation of fighting. I think both these players are playing a fighting list very similar to a list that I had been working on. It looks like, ooh, Anthony does have Lucario in his list. I'm not playing Lucario currently. We'll see if that ends up making a difference. I don't know if Ben is playing the Lucario or not. I think Ben might just be on my 60 exactly. But I'm excited to see. Should be a great match. Ben has 2 badges so far. I think Anthony has 3. Both co-host the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast over on Morse Makes YouTube channel. Highly recommend checking that out if you're interested in Gym Leader Challenge format. They really dive into the ins and outs of it. Yes, and Tony has 3 badges to Ben's 2. Looks like Ben is. Well, Ben's got his own couple cards going on. I see he's got Enhanced Hammer, so We talked about potentially running Enhanced Tamer. This is just a really good out to Okie in the mirror. So very good inclusion there from Ben. Turn 2 parallel or turn 1 parallel. Got to be feeling really good for Ben as well, limiting Tony's bench to just 3. Unit energy onto the Okie also got to feel fantastic. Nest Ball. We'll go get Terrakion. Ben does not have Soul Rock yet. Would love to find Soul Rock so that he can use Lunar Cycle. Just has to pass. But Ben is poised for a powerful turn 2 with the Okie at the ready. Tony's got Pokepad. Not going to do much if Lunatone, I don't know if Lunatone is in the deck or not. Let's see. Also, there's no bench space for Lunatone right now because of the parallel. I think Tony's got like Versus Seeker in hand, but no draw. No supporters. All right, Pokepad gonna grab Lucario. Tony feeling like in a tough spot, just has to pass. And this could get out of hand pretty quickly, as it looks like Ben has got Guzma and Fighting Energy, so we'll have the option to pick off whatever he wants on Tony's side of the board with Okie this turn. It's looking like it is probably going to be Lucario. That would be my choice. Might as well, right? Yep. And there is the turn 2 Okie. Such a powerful force in Gym Leader Challenge. And the knockouts. Now, Ben is playing the Binacle that does not have double draw. What is up with that? Now, I wonder if Tony is playing Tropical Beach. I highly recommend that these fighting decks play Tropical Beach. We'll see. Does he got the Tropical Beach in there? I love Tropical Beach in my fighting deck. Gotta play the Beach, my man. Let's go. Beach is good. Now, you're probably still fried, but at least you're getting to play the game, right? Yeah, Beach is going to get Tony into this one, but at what cost, right? It's like it's too little, too late. You've got Fighting Energy you can put onto the Terrakion. And then just Beach for like 5 or so. Beach propaganda is wild. Yeah, Beach is so good. Beach goes in so many decks, dude. I'm saying. Not enough people in GLC playing Beach. Card is incredible. It's only gotten stronger with the more stadium search cards there are, like Colorless Tenacity, Guzmahala. Really, with Colorless Tenacity, it just becomes so much stronger. Evolution Incense. Can go get the Hariyama, and this is where Ben can just put his foot on the gas, continue picking off threats. It's what makes this deck so oppressive to play against. And Pokegear. Look at the top 7. Grab Boss's Orders. Don't even need the Hariyama, because we're just going to use good old-fashioned Boss's Orders. Bring up that Terrakion on the bench and annihilate it. Somehow, Tony's hand still doesn't look good, even after the Beach. Aurora Energy onto Makuhita. Boss's Orders. Going to bring up Terrakion. Knock it out. Okie dokie. And Tony's hand, I mean, it is just bad. It is quite bad. Like, not a single... There's not even an energy in Tony's hand. You see Tony just kind of like, what do I even do? I can't even like... Oh, Lunatone was in there the whole time? All right, Tony not having Lunatone as part of his initial setup, I feel like that has to be an error, right? I just assumed the Lunatone was prized. Has to Clara literally just to get the single fighting energy to try and draw different cards. You can see how just kind of wrecked Tony's board has been so far. Got a Lunar Cycle just to hope. I mean, but at this point, you're like hoping to find just anything else, right? I was maybe thinking about beaching. Nah, yeah, you got to draw some cards. You might as well. Like, what do you got to lose? Probably going to find energy. Now, I wonder if Tony has Enhanced Hammer in his list. It's going to be yet another beach for Anthony. Yo, thank you so much, Swizzerton. The 5,000 bits over on Twitch. I really appreciate it, Swizzerton. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a great night. And hopefully you enjoyed your little Whooper animation too. I just got those added into the overlay. when bits and subs get donated on Twitch. This Terrakion is going down yet again. Hariyama, heave-ho catcher. Got to bring the poor Terrakion back into the active spot. It's been Ionos to 4. And is going to put the second rainbow on the Okidogi to protect against enhanced hammer. And you see him kind of saying like, hey, after all, why not? And Tony has enhanced hammer in his hand. Literally has the enhanced hammer. The called shot here is absolutely disgusting on Ben's part. Being like, I could smell that enhanced hammer in your hand. I can smell it. So I'm going to over-attach to my Okidogi. Get the second rainbow on it. So enhanced hammer will not decrease Okidogi's hit points by turning off Adrena power because Okidogi now has 2 rainbow energies attached to it. Like, I'm not even sure if that's, like, worth it, right? Because you're almost, like, fine just letting the Okidogi die and then just use Tarragon with the rainbow energy to just bring it back, right? So, like, part of me is like, does it matter? Is this really worth it? You could just get a fresh Okidogi. But it probably wins Ben the game, so... It is also undeniably beast. Hit Temple of Sinnoh. Now that would be pretty funny. Then we got the enhanced hammer. Yep, Ben laughing. He's like, you had it, dude. That's crazy. You had the enhanced hammer. So the hammer going to the Hariyama instead. And Tony is just going to have to poke the Okidogi. Tony still has not taken a prize card yet. Not great. And Ben really got the whole world at his disposal right now. Lunar Cycle. Got the boys set up. Barbaracle and Hariyama. Now you just want to make sure that you can find your recovery card. Set up a backup attacker, right? Probably want to attach an energy to like Hariyama so that it's ready to go with a Barbaracle. I mean, honestly, with Barbaracle, you just get 2 energy drops this turn. You can get fully loaded Terrakion, or you could get 1 energy on Hariyama, 1 on Terrakion. Every turn that you're able to get those double energy attachments is just so big. The thing is, though, Ben may decide to just hold the fighting to get additional draw next turn. May decide that he doesn't really need the double energy attachment, and that's also fine. Going down to 2 prizes remaining with the world's most loaded up Okidogi. Now the Okidogi's got 80 damage on it. 10 from Rainbow, 70 from the Soul Rock. So it's got 160 hit points left. Even Lucario He's only hitting base 150. Did I do my math right? No, 80. No, okay, 150 would do it. I'm tripping. 150 plus 80, that's 230. Stay in school, kids. All right. So Lucario will get there. Tony's going to play Lily. But at this point, 2 to 6 prizes, you have to find Reset Stamp. Now, Reset Stamp is a card that I consider to be very high value in the fighting deck, because a lot of times you don't want to put your own hand size down small by playing N or Iono, because your draw engine is like contingent on you having energy in hand, right? So like you don't like to go down to a super low hand size. But Reset Stamp can be searched out via Karina or Arvin and can allow you to go reset your opponent's hand without playing Iono or N. I've really been liking Reset Stamp in the fighting deck. I got to play a friendly with Noah and his Cursed Kiss deck before GLC League tonight. And it was a close one. He almost won because he flipped to heads on Togekiss in the middle of the game. But I was able to mount a comeback and win thanks to Reset Stamp. I guess it wasn't a comeback, but I was able to keep Togekiss from winning the game with Reset Stamp. Off a Verse Seeker for Karina. All right, Lucario, Avenging Knuckle, 150 damage, will finally take the first prize of the game. With Lucario. And Lucario's got 130 hit points, so that's easy pickings for Terrakion. Just a single energy will allow Ben to take that return knockout. Terragon going to be the supporter. Huge buff for fighting decks. I mean, being able to just recover 4 fighting energies, sometimes that's all you want. Or 3 fighting energy and an Ogie Dogie. Barbarackle going to get the extra energy attachment to Terrakion, attach for hand to Sudowoodo. The Sudowoodo's got the Watch and Learn attack. Pairs really well with the Barbarackle, since Barbarackle can allow you to get those extra energy attachments into play really easily. So we've all been very much enjoying Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo also is a second attacker that can knock out Boulder. So that's another thing I've really been liking about it, is that if you lead Ogie Dogie against Psychic and they go Boulder to knock it out, you can just go Sudowoodo to return knock out the Boulder. So like that just feels really good, because you don't actually need a buff in order to do it, because Sudowoodo just hits that 170. And Boulder obviously resists fighting, so can sometimes be tough to knock out. Now with Ben just having 1 prize left, is there anything Tony can do? Would have to be like an unfair stamp to 1. Or not an unfair stamp. Sorry, reset stamp. It looks like, is Tony just going to evolve Hariyama for no effect? It doesn't feel great. Oh, I guess Tony does have Iono. I mean, it's that'll do it. What's my favorite type in GLC right now? Metal. Metal and fighting, probably. My favorite too. Fighting's just so dang good. But metal is my favorite to tinker with. Guys getting rowdy down there. Bump my table, man. Yeah, you still have to match hand size, of course, for Sudowoodo. I think Tony missed the attack. Like, series of just incredibly unfortunate events for Tony. Hasn't been able to do anything of note this game. Just kind of waffling around and getting pummeled by an Ogie Dogie. Oh, there's training court. But okay, so Tony found the energy, but only via training court. So, like, that would give Ben the win just guaranteed, right? So, can't put training court into play to get an energy. Ay, ay, ay. And what is Tony saying? Okay, I have to use training court to draw with Soul Rock or draw with Lunatone, and then I have to find Field Blower and another energy off of training court. Tony's probably best off just passing. Yeah. I'm going to fail the tag call, and it's going for a beach. Tony not giving up is commendable, that's for sure. Things are looking incredibly bleak. And beach, fill a hand of 7. Strong energy to the Sudowoodo certainly makes this situation much more difficult for Ben, or for Tony, I should say. It looks like the strong energy going to go to the Soul Rock. You can tell Ben's kind of having a tough time deciding. I think the Sudowoodo is a fine place for it. Surely. And we'll just beach. Yeah. I think Tony has Versa Seeker for another Iono, but like would have to move this Terrakion. Does Tony have any action? Is there anything he can do? It seems pretty devastating right now. Especially with the fact that, I mean, Ben just has the world's biggest hand. I'm about to radio down and give Tony a slow play warning. All right, here we go. Lunar Cycle. Nothing really of consequence there. No Ogie Dogie on the board just really doesn't feel like it gives Tony any chance. Certainly. Guzma the Hariyama. All right. That is a bold choice. Let's see how it goes. Energy to Hariyama. And then what are we doing here? Pass with Hariyama active? I guess. Let's see. Does Ben have the switch out? Yeah, he's got escape rope in deck right there. But I guess escape rope doesn't win it, right? Because Ben has 2 retaliate style attackers built up. So now I think maybe Tony is going for like the stall out. But at a certain point, if Ben starts loading up Hariyama, Ben could just win with Hariyama, right? So really just 3 energy on Hariyama and then you win. So Hariyama could just do 210 to win it. And Ben's got U-turn board, but U-turn board doesn't win it. Enhanced Hammer with the U-turn board off Arvin. So Enhanced Hammer could, I mean, set Tony back an energy attachment. Yeah, there's much more intelligent, I think, for Ben to get the Versus Seeker off Arvin. Yeah, that makes sense. You kind of have a little inevitability there. Force Tony to have to play Iono, but still the issue remains of like Tony having no win con. So like at this point, Tony, I guess, is playing for a tie, but neither player is playing with like a ton of urgency. Like Ben's taking a very long turn. Tony just took a very long turn. So like, yeah, neither of them are playing with much urgency. That's for sure. right, Floatstone to Hariyama. Looks like Terrakian's just going to come up and swing for 100. There he goes. Big dog, Terrakian. All right, Tony, what do we got? It's not looking good for you, Tony. It's looking really bad. And he's going to scoop. Yeah, there's nothing to be done. I think Ogie Dogie was prized. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. But really, that game was just bad for Tony from the jump. Bunch of issues there. Ben was just able to get out to a quick start. Tony had trouble keeping up throughout the whole game. Tried to find a way into that match as things wound down, but Ben was able to keep the pressure on and notch the dub with fighting. So now Ben will be heading into the 5th and final round. 4-0, 1 win away from a fighting badge, which I'm sure he would love to have. Looks like Hunter is laying out his water duck here. Very nice. All right, and these players are getting squared away for the 5th and final round. Folks, we will be right back with round number 5 after this quick break. Thank you so much for tuning in so far. Exciting conclusion to tonight's Gym Leader Challenge League nights. We'll be right after this. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokémon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyGym at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. All right, so as we get ready for the fifth and final round, I thought I would share a little image from the floor with you guys. This was a fun one, picture that my wife Natalie took while orchestrating the event. As you may or may not know, Craig Davenport has been hard at work with his water deck the last few weeks. It's a spicy water deck. It plays Blastoise, the powerful Squall Blastoise. Not just any Blastoise. It's a powerful Squall Blastoise, right? But this water deck has gotten even spicier since last I saw it. As we can see now, it is also playing a Volcanion. I had to do a little enhance to see what is it here that Craig is eyeing up, okay? Because what is going on here? That is a whole Volcanion, okay? And you probably, I don't like to make assumptions about my viewers, but you probably don't know what that Volcanion does. I certainly didn't. So I had to look it up. Volcanion, it's new from Perfect Order, has a 3 energy attack, and you flip a coin for each energy attached to it, and it does 90 damage for each head. So, yeah. So with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So with 7 energy. All right, I'm going to do a sample flip right here in the studio. With 7 energy attached. Let's see. How much damage do you think I'm going to do? Freaking Yahtzee over here. All right, 7 energy. I mean, I just did 270. I only flipped 3 heads, but I mean, that's still 270, which is crazy. I mean, that is crazy. Yeah, only 270. I mean, it's a lot of damage, right? Does he KO the doggy? If you flipped like I did just there, then you do kill the dog. So that's pretty cool. Got to give it to Craig. Never stops innovating. The passion for Gym Leader Challenge is clearly with him. As it is with our finalists here tonight. Mr. Ben Morse, Mr. Jack Hooper, playing for the badge this evening. You got to see Ben on stream a couple times already. Piloting that fighting deck. Looking to punch it in for the badge. What Hoop Dog get? Oh, Mawile, Hollow Badoo. All right, Hoop. Very nice. Jack is playing, I think, the Dragons deck. We got to see Jack on stream earlier as well. Yes, Jack is playing Dragons. Ben is playing Fighting. Ben has a mulligan. This Dragon deck has won multiple badges at our league now. Both Dylan and Tony have got their Dragon badges with the Dylan Dwagons special. This would be the first fighting badge that is a Barbaracle Hariyama list. Though there were Barbaracle Hariyama lists that did well at our Perfect Order 3K. This is a unique list. It is not just a copy of one of the 3K lists that did well. Kind of feels like it's that Barbaracle Hariyama strategy kind of boiled down and refined. So 2 of the hottest decks right now. Battling for the badge. And here we go. Round number 5 underway here at Full Grip Games. Looks like maybe there's some final announcements, actually. Probably announcing our League Cup this weekend, Saturday. Make sure to tune in if you want to see some spicy hot Pokemon TCG action in Akron, Ohio. Saturday's League Cup here at Full Grip Games. Going to be casting the whole thing. Going to be joined by Alex Carpenter, who you may know of Gym Leader Challenge fame. But what you may not know is that he also won a League Cup recently. That dude can play Standard. So he's going to be joining me in the casting booth for the League Cup on Saturday. Very much looking forward to that. Ben was thinking about playing the Nest Ball first, decided he might want to Cynthia and Caitlyn first, which is correct, right? Because you want to draw first, especially if you only have one basic search card. The Makuhita is kind of a crazy card to get rid of, but maybe if you have like Stretcher in your hand, then that's okay. Nest Ball. And Ben's going to do some prize checking, see what he's got available. Looks like he does have Soul Rock and Lunatone and Ogie Dogie all on deck. Those are the core players. They are accounted for. And the reason you want to draw first is because, you know, if you draw into maybe a Lunatone, then you can Nest Ball to go get the Soul Rock. But if you draw into Soul Rock, you can Nest Ball to go get a Lunatone. Or if you draw into a Fighting Gong, you know, you can go get the other piece. Nest Ball for Lunatone. And double draw? It's looking like it's going to be the... Yeah, going to be a double draw. Finds Battle VIP Pass. Does have Pokegear to go grab a different supporter next turn. Jack's got Evolve into Dracloak and Lily's Determination. So could shuffle draw to 8. I think Ben just deciding to go get Lunatone off of the Nest Ball. U-turn board attached to it. Feels good. Saying, okay, if I can get a Soul Rock, then I can start drawing cards. Like, the Ogie Dogie is certainly a card that you consider if you've got, like, a Rainbow Energy to attach to it. But with no Rainbow Energy, you just say, like, okay, we'll get going next turn. That's fine. Recon Directive. Jack finds Hisuian Heavy Ball. We'll see if anything important is prized. Finds the Rayquaza. Raging Bolt down, Dratini down. Now Jack's board's looking a little stronger. Looks like Lightning is going on to the... I don't like that. I think I'd like to see the Lightning maybe attached to a benched Pokemon this turn. Yeah. Okay, no, I get it now. All right, didn't see the TM Turbo Energize. Yes, this certainly makes a lot of sense. TM Turbo Energize, going to be able to accelerate a couple energy from the deck onto Jack's board. You can go get 2 energy for Rayquaza, seems good. Ben has got Evolution Incense. Go get the Barbaracle now. And with Soul Rock, now Ben can finally start drawing some cards. Nice find there for Ben. Does have Gear. Looks like Gear finds Iono. Probably going to be the choice. Just go see more cards. I think this hand in Ben's hand, right? The hand in Ben's hand. Yes, Ben's hand is not really one to write home about right now. It's not great. Yeah, probably just Iono. And actually with Barbaracle, you just take the knockout. Do you just take the knockout on the active? With double energy attached via Stone Arms? And no, you'd have to do 10 more damage, so you would need like a buff somewhere. Yeah, so probably not. Oh, you do got strong energy. Okay, so with strong energy and Ben, I mean, Ben certainly could take the knockout with Barbaracle. You go Stone Arms, the basic, strong energy, hammer in for 100. Kinda, but then you're offering up your Barbaracle to get knocked out, which doesn't feel good, right? So like this is kind of like a huge crux of the game right here. Trying to decipher what Ben will choose. I think you just do strong to Soul Rock and hit for 90 with Soul Rock, right? Certainly, you don't offer up the Barbaracle. Strong to Soul Rock is better. Yeah. Funny that you could take the knockout with Barbaracle, but I think you'd rather take... Well, I don't think so, right? You don't have one energy. The Barbaracle's the lifeblood of the deck. You really can't... You can't be giving him up like that. Right? Because you want, when Raging Bolt comes active, you desperately want to be able to knock it out with like Terrakion or Okidogi, right? So that's why Ben has to keep the Barbaracle. And thankfully, he ended up making the right call by attaching the energy to Soul Rock instead. But you could see how that's like up in the air. You know, you could make the knockout with either Pokemon, but you got to keep the Barbaracle. Ben finds Tag Call and Sudowoodo, or Tag Call and Hisuian Heavy Ball. We'll see if he's got anything prized. No. Just taking a quick stock of what the prizes are. And with Training Court, you can immediately get a fighting back from the discard pile when you retreat them off the Barbarackle. Terrakion there is very good also, as it's going to give you that response to the Raging Bolt that you want, right? So, like, this is kind of how I think Ben needed to draw it up. Losing the Soul Rock could be bad, and we see Ben's got Tag Call in hand. There is a Rescue Stretcher prize, though, so could find the Rescue Stretcher if the Soul Rock goes down. That's a 1 in 6 chance. I still agree with this. You hope the Training Court sticks another turn, because if the Training Court sticks one more turn, it is a guaranteed knockout. All right, now Hooper has got Tag Call. Tag Call can go get Guzma and Hala, and I'm wondering if Hoop's going to do something crazy with this Guzma and Hala here. Yeah, Guzma and Hala. I mean, Jack's got a pretty good-looking hand. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Gebites. And with the Guzma and Hala and Sinlin, plenty of options. Looks like Guzma and Hala is going to get played. Maybe? Oh, and then, yes, Jack realizing that he can Training Court for an extra energy back. And I think is going to use Guzma and Hala to go Lost Zone or Rock. When I played this fighting deck, very similar fighting list to League 2 weeks ago, and I lost to Alex Carpenter on Dragons, this Dragon list, and we went to 1-1 prizes, very close. I ended up going 4-1 on the night, but my one loss was to Alex Carpenter with Dragons, and it was because he Lost Zoned my Soul Rock turn 2, and I really just wasn't able to like I still traded well and got to the end of the game, but I wasn't able to hand disrupt at the end. I wasn't able to get deep enough into my deck to find the reset stamp to disrupt his hand and make a comeback. That's kind of what ultimately sealed the game. So I wonder if Jack is going to Lost Zone a key piece of Ben's board right now. That's probably what we're going to see. Yeah, that's going to sting. That is going to sting. But now you just got to play very carefully. You got to play very carefully now, right? Ben knows that it's going to be just a trade war. It's just going to be a shootout, back and forth. And he just needs to keep things flowing. He's got Colorless Tenacity, can go get Brookla Hill and the energy to attack with Ogie Dogie. And Ogie Dogie going 2 for 1 could be something that helps him to really stay alive in this game. But we see Jack has already got the Enhanced Hammer in hand. Ben also at some point is going to need to find Clara or Tarragon to help cycle these energies back. Boom, 170 damage. Yo, Edwin, yo, what's up, dude? What is up? Been a minute. Nice to see you. Tatsugiri. Attract customers looking for a supporter card. Hex Maniac. Certainly a good one. Hex Maniac can turn off all supporter cards, or turn off all. Sorry, it's late. Can turn off all abilities. It is a supporter card that turns off all abilities, so it'll turn off that Adrena Power ability, making Ogie Dogie go from 230 to 130 hit points, much more attainable. And it looks like it's going to be Enhanced Hammer getting played this turn. And Hex. Now, I don't like that. I feel like that kind of, well, yeah. I feel like that was unnecessary. That was completely unnecessary. I feel like Jack just wasted his Enhanced Hammer. Yes, he did, in fact, just waste his Enhanced Hammer because he didn't need to do that. Because Hex Maniac takes the knockout with Drudigon. So that was just a waste of resources. I think maybe Jack got a little excited there about the fact that he had the response to the Ogie Dogie so easily. But did not need to waste the Enhanced Hammer. I'm sure Ben is kind of like, okay, well, you know, that's fine. Yeah, getting that Soul Rock Lost Zone is going to be a huge problem for Ben in this game. Lost City in general is kind of just a rough thing for the fighting deck to contend with. They're tied at 4-4 prizes. So it looks like Verseeker, Cynthia, and Caitlyn maybe? Or Iono. Yes, going to get back Iono. Ben knows he can definitely still win if he gets the Ogie Dogie back. At this point, you kind of just have to put an energy on Terrakion and say, okay, like, that's fine. And say Jack's going to go up a prize, but so long as I can get Ogie Dogie powered up, not this turn, but maybe next turn, that's fine. Yeah, I think Terrakion's your guy, and then you just leave the Lunatone up there to die. Yeah, Terrakion seems good. All right, now passing with Terrakion active is interesting because now Ben looks like he's not interested in giving up a free prize. He's saying like, okay, I actually don't think that you're going to take the knockout on this Terrakion because you've got Drudigon, right? So Drudigon used the revenge attack, which does 160 if a Pokemon was knocked out, but now Dragon Claw only does 120 damage, so would need an energy plus Muscle Band to take this knockout. Looks like it's going to be Cynthia and Caitlyn for Hex back. Draw 3. Cycling the Hex. Very good for Jack, for sure. I'm wondering if Dragonair is in the deck. If so, would have liked to see maybe a Dragon Call. Yep, go get Dragonair online. Looks like Dragonair is in the deck. So yeah, getting the Dragonair into play be very good. Start to work towards getting that Dragonite online. Now, things are looking pretty good for Jack. His board is coming along, but doesn't have the knockout right now. Unless there's a muscle band hiding in that hand that I cannot see. And we can see Ben kind of motioning to the damage counter saying, I know you don't have it. Yeah, going to be an attachment to Dragonair and 40 punch with Revenge. That's kind of the swing and momentum I'm thinking that Ben wanted. Now, Ben does need a way to get Ogie Dogie back from the discard pile. That would be quite good. He's got Aurora Energy in hand. Guzma and Hala this turn could be quite good if you go for Parallel. And you could also take the knockout with Strong Energy. Or Muscle Band could do it. Yeah, because Parallel is pretty good. Now, the issue here is that Ben knows that Jack has Hex in hand. Ben is playing Reset Stamp and has it in hand right now. Ben could use Reset Stamp this turn to disrupt Jack's hand, knowing that Hex is there, because Ben is going to have a really tough time getting a good attack launched next turn. And this is a lot of resources that Ben is kind of like, yeah, and you see him considering that Reset Stamp. He's definitely thinking about it. And there goes the Reset Stamp. Yep. Wanting to shuffle Jack's hand back into the deck, knowing that he's got that Hex Maniac. Now, Jack will guaranteed be able to promote Tatsugiri and get free retreat with Dragonites, and that's a given. Yeah, there's Pokepad, there's Dragonites, Water Energy, Parallel, going to force Jack. So Jack probably has to discard a Rayquaza here. It has to be Rayquaza. It's got to be. Yeah. All right, track in Land Crush will take the knockout. Ben takes the lead yet again. Jack's got a pretty good chance of finding Hex Maniac this turn off of the customers, attract customers, right? Jack's got the lightning energy that he needs for Dragonites. Dragonites, of course, gives everybody on Jack's side of the board free retreats. Pokepad can thin the deck first. Make sure you get that Reshiram out of there. Reshiram would be very good. Now that Dragonite is in play. And now it's going to be up to this attract customers to see Jack can pull off another big Hex Maniac knockout. Going to be really tough for Ben to finish this game out. For sure. The knockout's guaranteed, but even so, I mean, 180 hit points on Dragonite is just really tough to knock out. There's Guzma. No Hex. So doesn't have the option to Hex. Does have Guzma, but the guy you want to knock out is right there in the active, so Get Arvin if you want to. The question is going to be whether, and I don't think that Ben will be able to knock out this Dragonite next turn. That's going to be the big thing. The Dragonites is just so big. Arvin for like U-turn board and Letter. You see Jack considering Letter. Letter, energy retrieval. Rescue Stretcher could get Druddigan back, but again, you need the energy too, right? We see Jack kind of trying to figure that part out. Lots of attackers in the discard pile. Jack could win with just the attackers in play, though. I mean, you can go 2 for 1 with Dragonite. You can go 2 for 1 with Garchomp. So I don't think that Jack actually needs more attackers, but I don't blame him. I mean, it feels good to get those guys back into the deck, and then you can use Dragon Call to go search one out immediately if you want to. We'll see if he decides to do that. I don't think he's used Dragon Call yet. I think he used Pokepad to go get the Reshiram. This Dragonite's going to be taking a big knockouts. Dragon Pulse for 180. Oh, but Sudowoodo. I forgot. The freaking broken Sudowoodo can just respond right away, but Ben needs to have 2 energy in hand. Does he have a second energy for Barbaracle? He's got to find it off of Iono, I think. He just has to Iono. And this is so sketchy because Ben is very low on energy at this point. Oh, and he finds the Letter and Terragon. Insanity. Oh, my God. And here goes Sudowoodo. That's insane. And Sudowoodo's got the Watch and Learn attack, which is going to allow him to copy Dragonite's Dragon Pulse. Oh my goodness. Mills the top 2 cards. Escape Rope Guzma, that's fine. And Ben has Terragon in hand, which is the exact card that he needs to stay in this game. Absolutely nuts. Now, Jack actually has a crazy play right now because he just needs to use Dragon Call to go get... Now, this is a slight misplay by Jack. He needed to use Dragon Call to go get that Druddigon. But I guess... No. He should have thinned the deck with Dragon Call before he used Tatsugiri, that's for sure. But I was thinking, yeah, Reshiram can just allow you to... But he didn't promote Reshiram because Reshiram doesn't have free retreat because Dragonite's gone. Dude, everything's falling apart. Everything is falling apart. Jack does still need to use Dragon Call to go fish these Dragon Pokemon out of the deck. You certainly need to be doing that. And I think Jack is kind of like forgetting about Dragon Call. I don't think he used it last turn either. So, missing your trigger on Dragon Call twice. I mean, it's a little thing, but we saw, he did see a Dragon Pokemon there off of the Tatsugiri. So, like, It's something. And it's going to be a hex from Jack. Yeah, Jack kind of just spiraling now. Not too much going on there. But now Ben has got Tarragon, so he's got to feel good about that. He can go get all of his best Pokemon from the discard pile. Yeah, that's just what you do this turn. Going to be Ogie Dogie. Going to be Terrakion. I think they're maybe Ben might not be playing actually a fourth Rainbow Energy in his list. That might be where his enhanced hammer spot is. I have 4 in mine, but I don't think I saw the 4th in Ben. So Ben might not be playing 4. So Ogie Dogie might be kind of done for him. So it might just be a Terrakion situation. Makuhita. Three energy in Makuhita. All right. Oh, and Rescue Stretcher can go get the tracking. Yeah, so no more Ogie Dogie. It's all about T-Man. And 1 energy on Makuhita can actually feel really good because then you have the option to go Hariyama or Terrakion. But it's this weird situation where you just like, you have these 2 energy on Sudowoodo, but like like, what are you doing with them, you know? So it's going to be a pass. Jack's abilities are back on. I really want to see Jack start using Dragon Call. And I really want to see Jack use Dragon Call before he uses Tatsugiri, right? Because, like, you could just find Dragon Pokemon off of the Tatsugiri. You could be finding supporters. Just thins your deck, right? So it's little optimizations like that you really want to make sure you're doing. It looks like it's going to be Parallel and Water Energy off of the Colress's Tenacity. And now we'll use Dragon Call to go get Garchomp. Dragon Call can get a whole bunch of Pokemon, though, not just Garchomp. You could use Dragon Call to go get all your other guys. Can't bench them, but still just getting them into your hand is good. Just builds hand advantage, thins the deck. With the Water Energy, Garchomp is going to be able to attack this turn. But does Ben actually have anything to answer Sonic Slip? I mean, if he's got the Hariyama, he can gust around the Garchomp. We'll see. Garchomp is invincible this turn because of Sonic Slip. Does Ben have the tech? Night Stretcher. Hariyama. Okay, he's got multiple energies in hand. Evolve into Hariyama. And then you gust up the Tatsu. Yep. And you take the knockout with Terrakion? But now Ben is like out of gas. I mean, he needs another energy bad, I think. Oh, and he's got lilies in hand. Wow. I mean, Ben just really kind of stringing things together. Ben just barely stringing things together here without the Soul Rocket the entire game, right? And it's, you can just see how he's like kind of getting by just barely. He's got the knockout. Hariyama pushing around Sonic Slip. In order to win the game, Ben needs 2 energy. And Hariyama will be able to take a knockout on anything for game. We'll see what Jack has. Iono. Oh, my. Does have Iono to 1. That is not what you want to see. This Ben needs 2 energy. One card pretty much has to be a Clara. Can Ben do it? Clara Slam? No, he doesn't have it. Arvin, and I don't think there's any energy retrieval in the deck. Arvin's not going to do it. Prof Letter already played. And that's it. Jack Hooper wins with the Dragon deck off an Iono to 1. Nothing Ben could do to stop it. And you could just see how excited Jack is. Congratulations to Jack on the win. What an awesome match between these players. I mean, just what a fun game to watch. And huge congratulations to Jack for getting that win. Congrats, Jack. Congrats, Ben, on a good run. The Dragons deck takes another win. Absolutely insane. Congratulations, and thank you all so much for watching tonight. It was a lot of fun. I'll be back tomorrow during the day with some Pokemon Trading Card Game Live as we continue testing for the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and then I will be streaming Standard for our League Cup all day on Saturday. I'll see you guys then. That's going to do it for tonight. Congratulations to Jack. 5-0 is our winner. I'm getting out of here. I'm feeling sleepy.